Clear, exit. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go grab something to drink. And then run 10 laps with the other thing and compare. Um, uh, and then, yes. Move this bitch out of the way. Like so-ish. And then save this. What was it? X9. That's from like the first night. Alright. Oh, also just have a quick look at the dampers. Oh no. Oh shit, yeah, these are the horrible ones. These are the Mimi dampers. These dampers are not great. They are, in fact, horrible. I don't know. Wait, what? Didn't it record? Oh, okay. Close all log files. Yes. And then open log file. Yeah, no, these are the bad dampers on the fronts. Absolutely shockingly bad. No wonder he was struggling. They're not even remotely balanced at the back. Oh, fuck. Does this thing work? Oh, come on, you motherfucker. Right, correct. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so. Oops. Scroll through the infinite. So latest iteration 9:09 p.m. 8:10 8:38. Is there any difference? Let's see. Quick spot check between the things set up. Huracan X this and that only pressure and that. There we go. $18.18. That's the one I posted yesterday, right? Oh, I posted 22.30. Right, so this is a thing I do not want to keep then. 18.18, may you rest in peace. And then we go for 22.30, since that's the one everyone else has, and it is correct. Yep. Download. That's 70.30, fuel 110. Set 10. It is currently what? 66 and 4. So okay, what if we just for fun do the exact same wing and ride height? Let's see. There has been any actual improvement in terms of grips. Load up the lip. This was been. Oh shit. I'm on the wrong steer ratio, aren't I? Didn't even notice. That's fun. Let's see. Steer ratios or steering locks as they're called. Huracan 620. There we go. There. Then what is this? Engineer. meters. That's about the same as I drove last time. Ooh, let's have a look if I am right or wrong. In the Motec file I did 16 plus 2, so 18 laps. And then here, motherfucker, I forgot to put in the thing, but yeah, okay, fuel consumption will tell the story. Um. The rears are super nice though. Almost perfect. A little bit more bump. Oh yeah, timetables will also tell a story. Because I have... Yeah, both my quickest sectors were within these. Quickest sector 3 was there, and the quickest lap overall was there. But I'm still not used to the different steer ratio, so there's that. Let's see. Oh, here we go. 12 laps. And the stint time was 30 minutes. Total laps 18, yeah, but it logged. Let's see, we can spot it here. Yeah, so 3, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 laps, exactly the same. Gucci. Okay, so let's have a look at the things. Let's do a little bit of logging. Just to see, even with the massive drifts, what the tire wear is like. I suspect it will be better. I like a lot. Oh, it's 12 laps. So, on this one, what the fuck are you doing? Oh. It was at 10, but that's not now. So, let's do on 10, 4, 1, 2, 12, 3.66 liters a lap. And 2:18.6, 7, 2:18.188, 2:19.0. Exodus 9.6 with same rake and wing as X9. Sharpness 54. And then on the fastest lap, 8 0 839 805 500 88 89 89 88. And then where did I take the hit? I took one there, two there. Nothing on the front left, and the front left peaked here. I've lost 1 and 1. So +2 on the front left. Hold on, load save. This XLS. Come on. Wing 3. 34. Okay. So let's have a look at yeah, the fronts are nicely balanced. The rears still leaves a little to be desired, but that's because there is not enough downforce acting on it at the moment, but still, they are far better than this. Okay, so if we do an apple to orange comparison, oh yeah, shit, I need to, before I forget, I need to write down the where. That is the thing that is of importance. Set 10. I beat the shit out of the rears. That is understandable. Let's see. So also add in the pressures while I'm here. 1, 3, 25.0, 25.2. And then the wear. One set 10 was 2.59, 2.57, 2.37, 2.38. Yeah, so even when I'm drifting, they're still outperforming. 64, 54. Okay. This does make me wonder though. What if I go down one click rate? Because it is oversteery. That will sort of, it will reduce the damper travel on the rear. And maybe put us more in the range of where I would be with an extra wing added. So select another track and then spa and then XLS 6 and then XLS 6 wing. Yeah, so the only difference there is this right height and the thing. Okay, so if we then compare that to X9, 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 110 liters. What can we pull out of this? Okay, so the front dampers are absolute ass. That much we know. That's the good thing about XLS 6. So, I would be curious to try to pull out of XLS 9. Would maybe be the bump stop range and yeah, what is that? Fucking hell. Yeah. So, okay. What if we do that just for fun? We put down this bitch to 7. Front we're not gonna disturb because those are pristine. And then on the rear. So look. What did the Motec Corino say? It's for 6 unbalanced, unbalanced, balanced, unbalanced, unbalanced, balanced, compared to balanced, unbalanced, unbalanced, unbalanced. Yeah, so this is actually in a better place compared to this, but it could also be simply 'cause those are there to push those down. Then those are there to let those. Yeah, those are there to put those down. The rebound is fine on the left side. On the fast. It's just a bit too bumpy. Okay. So we need more rebound. Specifically of the fast variety. Six, 5, 9. So it's not, we're not talking much on the front. How did the rears here handle though over time when it was loaded? 8, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, no, yeah, this is where it starts. So 9, 3, okay, 3, 5. And then it reaches equilibrium. So it starts with bumpy. Let's see on another tire. Yeah. It becomes more reboundy over time because less weight. That makes sense. Okay, so let's see over the last 4 laps what the average is. Now we select these 4. Three, 2, 8. And they're as balanced as they're gonna be. And we look at the last 4 here. And these are way more on the bump side, which does make it feel stiffer. Which is probably what he is thinking is the good thing about the other setup. Well, this one is pulling more on the bump rather than riding it. So that would mean I would drop those down there and those down there. Put that here, maybe even 40, 54.2. Then knock it down 1. Which means we'd need 54 for sure. Then this time I would put in full stint worth because we're at that point. And the theoretical maximum is 30 lap. And then we save this as 33. Save. This is technically a new iteration of Wing 6 with Wing 3. Okay. Then I delete this, we don't have duplicates. And then we give it a little spin. And yeah, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Balanced, balanced, balanced. Not balanced, but not balanced. Not balanced, okay. So if we then do a comparison again to see, this is X9 versus Wing 3, where the fronts were an absolute shit show. Oh yeah, I was supposed to compare it to XLS 6. Stock. Where's that pocket? There it is. And it has probably the same issues. It must have been here. X9, where the fuck are you? X9. Alright, let's see. I wrote down the name this time. Does it sort by file name? It shouldn't. What the fuck? I put the file name in the thing. Didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. XLS 5 Spa Lamborghini. Yeah, I did. That is the one from 31/18/40. 31/18/40. Maybe I need to leave the directory and then go back in. Sort by name. No. It does not give a shit about file names. What the hell? That is interesting. Can I... Comment, byte size, device type, event venue category. That's weird. Um, 1840 yesterday. Oh, it's one of these. Or it's this one. Yeah, it's probably this one. I did an 18.4 with it. It's still struggling with the same rebound versus bump stuff on the front. Not on the rear, which is good. Woohoo! Okay, but that's something to sort later now. I'm just gonna test this. See how it loads.
Looks like a clear exit.
just
Yellow flag.
spinning on their ears. When it is this low. Rebound. Should have seen that coming.
Exit is clear.
is getting lighter. What's this? I've already driven 12 laps, so I can go line.
Yellow flag.
There's something going on with the rears. That was what? That... Oh, okay, tire pressures were... could be involved, but shouldn't really matter all that much. Just like after lap 7, lap times just drop into the 17s. And this was at 2. So, comparatively, just quick speed run the logging. So all that's really different is the thing. So 2.58, 2.56, 2.63, 2.37. And I drove smoother. So there's more going on with the rears. 21, 29. And, oh shit. 21, 29, 110, 4, 1, 2, 3.66 liters at 2.218. 440, and then 2.18028 and 2.18028, no, 2.19062. What was my previous? I have not been a good boy. 007. So this is XLS61 with 54 bias, front left on the quickest lap, 806, 797, 467, 462.
The loan was.
Hello!
Car du hemelig analyze.
The text-to-speech bot is not very good at Norwegian. Let's see, pull up the chat window here. Hemmelig analyse, ja, liten grann. Pitte liten grann. Skjule setupet frem til det er til endurance løp, så prøver å klore til med så mye any competitive advantage, you know. But I do show the Motec stuff, and I'm just gonna fuck it, defaulta till engelsk. Give me a second. Just need to... So, only 3 and 7 total. We'll do the quickest.
The loan was. I can see that grinning face, but it is not given that I will be driving as good as you if you were to give me the same setup, tongue sticking out.
Well, you know, I have no life. This is mainly what I do these days. But I appreciate the sentiment. I struggle dealing with praise. But I believe in you, man. You can do it too. If I can do it, you can do it for sure. So okay, it's just 1 and 1 on the left side.
The lone was. No life here also now. Get my job yesterday face with tongue.
Hey, good on ya. Good on ya. Fuck normal work.
The lone was. I can't do it. I'm too lazy to set up my VR.
Huh. Well, I am a slut for helping with things, and setting up VR in this thing isn't really complicated. It's just the tuning or performance tuning that kind of sucks the life out of you. But I've got that nailed down to a T, so... let's see. There we go. Okay, so now on to the public bit. Yeah, so like if you need any, I can give you like which let's start. Which VR headset do you have? Because it kind of depends on which headset you got. Oh dear. What the fuck happened? Oh, okay. So yes. Like if you got a Windows mixed reality headset,
The lone was.
I can help you big time.
Sucks. It is goddamn sucking me dry face with tongue, and I might have way too many VR programs installed face with tongue. The lone was. Quest 3.
Ah, okay. Well, the Quest 3, even with a cable attached to it, you'll have a lot of latency. But a lot is relative. We're talking milliseconds. But yeah, so the Quest 3, I'm not sure if you are able to make open composite work. Because there's like, okay, ACC uses OpenVR as its VR API access. Its way to communicate with the rest of the chain, which is you seeing things in VR, is OpenVR, the old standard, which is ridiculously inefficient. So it basically, the engine is rendering everything around you, even though you don't see it. So in the same quality. And if you get Open Composite to work, then it'll basically turn down everything you're not looking at to minimum. So you'll get a bunch of performance there. And then with OpenXR, you get to speak to the rest of the API in OpenXR, which is a lot, there's a lot fewer steps involved, so less latency. And also the way it communicates is more efficient, so less latency. And then it's basically up to the tool set you have in between the game and whatever is picking up the calls or the things and putting it to your headset. And I find that Open Composite plus OpenXR toolkits upscaling is vastly superior to anything. I use FSR to scale up, and I'm running at 57% of the native resolution of the Reverb G2. So it looks kind of like shit here, but you don't notice it while you're driving. So going for like massive upscaling, then you get to drive with a 100% smooth experience at like as low a latency as possible from the perspective of the game rendering thingy in the engine. Because like when you're driving these things, you want to never really drop below whatever hertz or refresh rate your headset is running at. So you should, depending on your computer, if older, then you should put the Quest 3 into 90 hertz mode. If you have a newer computer, then you can start play around and see if you can get 120 FPS and then use the 120 hertz mode, and which would be even better, because the more updates per second, the closer to real time you are in terms of moving the wheel and it happening on the screen. And then there's a whole thing like you Quest uses a lot of compression to get the video signal sent over a underspecified or underspec cable to the headset, and that is bad. Because that means that the computer has to basically encode the image, compress the image basically, which is a quite expensive operation. So the less time,
The lone was.
the more compression.
Okay, so no virtual desktop then.
Yeah, no, that just kind of melds in. It doesn't really matter. The thing that takes time is basically the time it takes for the engine to spit out a frame, for the Quest software to receive that frame and then compress it. Basically, first scale it down, then whatever means it does to scale it back. No. The game engine outputs a low resolution image. Quest receives it, scales it up to the native resolution of your headset, and then it compresses the image so that the data will be able to be passed over the USB 3 point whatever the fuck cable is in use without it choking on itself. So it's that compression thing that takes a lot of time. So the higher image quality you set for the compression, the longer it'll take for the Quest software to compress the image. So it's basically better to watch it at like the quality of 720p, like kind of a little bit artifacty and not crisp, than it is to watch it in a higher compression, because then you are basically, it's the time it takes for the computer to perform that operation and then send it over the cable, not that the cable can't do it. But the thing, the main problem is that it's doing it in the first place. It really shouldn't. With like, say, the Quest 2 or the G2, the HP Reverb G2, which I have, it does none of that. It just receives image from game, scales it up, passes it on, skips the whole compression thing, which is the most expensive operation. So like, you can squeeze the latency down to sub 10 milliseconds if you go for lower quality in the compression step, but yes, it's not pretty. Quest 3 is a great headset for many things, but sim racing ain't one, I would say. So if you have a...
The lone was. And I use wireless with an 7800X3D, 7800XT, and DDR5 6000 MHz CL30.
Goddamn. Yeah, okay, so you have the hardware then, to basically run it at bling bling mode. And if you run it at wireless, you will have like 20 plus milliseconds of latency. And that's super duper bad, because you want it to be as close to 0 as possible, really. Like, or sub 2 milliseconds in terms of the time it takes to transfer the image. There's a stats counter or stats overview thingy you can turn on, and then you compare that on wireless compared to when you have it plugged in, and then you compare having
the lone was
low compression versus...
I've been down to 40 milliseconds.
Yeah, 14 milliseconds. That's still a lot. So like, compare it to having the wire connected, and then again compare the compression levels, like lowest compression to highest compression, and try to find the mean thing, the lowest number where it starts to become so small differences between the lowest and the sum average, to get the best image quality at the lowest possible latency as possible. Then you start to become like competitive, or enter the competitive realm. Because like, if you're running at 14 milliseconds of latency on top of whatever render latency is enforced on you because of your graphic settings, which can become ridiculously high, you can be as far as like 50 milliseconds in the past. What you're seeing is basically things that happened 1/20th of a second ago. And that compounds when you're trying to nail an apex, or if you're fighting someone and stuff. Like, especially, like, you'll notice it in the force feedback that things happen in the wheel a lot sooner than it happens on screen. So you basically want to squish that number as far down to 0 as humanly possible.
The lone was. That's not good for the SA rating.
No, and yeah, no. Like, I guess, like, the SA rating is a thing, but you could clip this until I get my finger out of my butt and actually make a video I've been meaning to make for many months now, but these are my settings. The ACC engine is a bit weird. The more, like...
The lone was. Do you have a spear cable I can borrow? Face with tongue.
Unfortunately, I do not. And also, there is a big difference between the cables. Do research the cables. Depending on how long it needs to be, there is a huge difference, but there is also a huge difference in terms of how much data you can consistently squeeze across the cable. So, like, get the best cable you can find recommended for this use if you want a happy VR, wired VR life with the Quest 3. But anyway, graphical settings and a quick rant on ACC and performance, because it is a bit weird. Like, for instance, Foiliage. Thank you for the distraction, by the way. I'm awake now.
200 maximum.
200 maximum? Let me see. I forgot the context. 2 meter max. Oh, yeah. But either way, like, you want the best cable you can get. So, but yeah, the shorter the cable run, the better. Not that it super matters. We're talking nanoseconds. But anyway, any seconds count. You know, time is time. But anyway, if I may, just do a quick... Why the fuck is that on 90? That does not make sense. Or does it? I probably said it for a reason. But anyway. Yeah. ACC engine and weird things. For instance... there's no people. Yeah, okay, so that person over there, that is considered foliage. A lot of building objects like tents and those signs, the GT sign over there, are also considered foliage. And for some reason, when ACC takes a distant object far, far away and puts it in, and it is in low quality, and as you approach it, and it becomes better quality, it actually causes some micro stutter. So even for things like that, like people, or foliage, keeping them at anything lower than high, which is basically max, this just means that the texture on them are better consistently.
The lone was.
Yeah. So keeping any foliage and anything then lower than high will actually introduce microstutter. And the same thing with HLOD, which is basically how high quality are 3D objects at a distance. And turning it on, it says here, hierarchical detail function that combines blah 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 blah, enabling increased performance by lowering the number of draw calls per frame. And it's basically just... when far away, less detail. When closer, higher detail. That action of changing it from lower detail to high detail causes massive stutters, especially if you're driving past a pit lane with a lot of cars in it. And similarly, the opponent visibility, I should just put it to all. If you force the game to unload a car from the track because it is too far behind you to be visible or too far ahead of you to be visible, when the game considers you to be close enough, which in a hairpin can happen, even though you don't see the car, then it will try to unload other cars and load in that car which is closer to you. And that causes massive fucking stutters. So you want this to be at least the size of the grid, or as much as your VRAM can handle, but in your case, you have a lot of VRAM, so this can just be put to all, and it doesn't fuck you over at all. And the same thing in terms of car LOD quality. LOD being level of detail. When car away, if at 60, you can see that it looks like kind of like just a square with wheels on it, even when you're fairly close to it. And the closer you get to 100, the longer, like if it's a 99, then it will be the level of detail will be the model detail will be reduced a little bit, or 95. I mean. But you can't see it at a distance. But still, there's a point where you get close enough to where the game does this.
That explains why I saw the same straight line for 20 seconds and could only see the steering wheel move, tongue sticking out.
Yeah. So basically, making sure that your environment is as static as possible, that the game isn't swapping out low resolution or low poly count or whatever things for higher versions, actually makes the game smoother. It's insane. It should not happen. Other games does this successfully, but this title in an engine that is capable of doing these things does not. And then there's this bitch, volumetric fog. It just eats performance. Turn that off. Same with the advanced sharpen filter. Just yank up the sharpening until it looks crisp, because you're gonna have to do that, because you will want to enable FSR. I'm basically using OpenXR Toolkit's FSR implementation rather than the game's, but if you can't use Open Composite to get OpenXR Toolkit to work, then you're stuck with whatever Gaben gives you. Maybe he has a better FSR implementation you can use, but if not, use FSR. DLSS, you have an ATI card, so it's not available to you, so it's not an issue. But either way, to other people, fuck DLSS. FSR is much lower latency, and it looks better where it matters. And in my case, I'm running at 57%. It doesn't look great. I can still read the dash. Like I can read B-Bell, fuel total, like everything is perfectly readable, even at 57%. But the only reason it is that is because I'm also running sharpening at fairly high values in the upscaler. And also I've put the sharpness here to 300%. This makes all the difference in removing the fuzzy looking shit. It just looks like a smeary painting without 300% sharpening for me at this. But the less you scale up, the lower you can go on sharpness. But you want to scale up anyway, because turning off upscaling adds like 5 milliseconds to the render queue, or the render latency. So just turning FSR on actually gives you less input latency, which is, you want less input latency. The second you move the wheel, or as soon after as you move the wheel, you want it represented in the real world. And then basic settings, you know, mirror resolution low, frame rate limit on the mirror of distance 180. That is like the sweet spot for me, where I cannot tell if, like, you don't see cars popping in the distance, and you don't notice that, oh shit, there's suddenly a car behind me, because this is set too low. Mirror quality low, because it doesn't matter. That little shitbox there will look fine either way. Texture high, important. Otherwise, everything looks merry. Foiliage low. Fuck foiliage. The important bit is the foiliage LOD quality. The textures on the foiliage and the amount of foiliage can be as low as possible. That gains you a lot of performance. Effects low. Post-processing low, because it's like a painting, you know. It renders the scene, and then it adds an effect and adds an effect and adds an effect, and that's post-processing. And for each effect it adds, it takes longer for the frame to leave the renderer and be handed to the thing that puts it into your eyeballs, and you don't want that. And then finally, this is important. This is super important. Put it to KTAA, and then put anti-aliasing to mid. This is basically 8x.
Aha, it clogs up. The
Yeah.
lone was. Makes sense.
Yeah, so it's just that you reduce the amount of operation to produce thing you get into eyes equals faster response from what you do to what you see. And that is super important when you need to be basically as close to reality as possible. But anyway, mid means 8x, low means 4x. 8x is the lowest texture sharpening filter where you actually get sharp and nice things. With 4x or off, this would just look like a smeary shit from the early 90s. And KTAA is basically the same as temporal, except you don't get the horrible ghosting effect from things that are moving. So use KTAA, and it's also faster. So use KTAA at mid, 8x. Turn off contact shadows because super expensive in terms of FPS, and you want stable FPS because input latency and stuttering of the headset is never great. Shadow distance low, looks like poop. You see the line there that's kind of moving and following you around. That's like the game drawing shadows. So that's the distance of the most detailed shadows. It sucks, but you get used to it and you don't miss it because it is such a gain in performance. And the same for shadows, the quality of the shadows. You see the shadows you see in the car, not here, but I can go on track and show you, is still great at low. And then views to distance, same principle as the initial rant. The more you just force the engine to render and not have pop in on you, the better. So just put it to epic. And then resolution scale, your mileage may vary, but the lower you put it, the more smudgy it will look. And then another thing, which is super important, make sure that the virtual to real scale makes sense to you. I did not do this until very recently, and oh my god, it's so much easier to judge distance now. That when I touch the wheel and I lift my headset, my hand is exactly where the hand in the game is. And it affects like distance to like your shoulder. I can touch my shoulder and feel it. That's my pee-pee. And those are my knees. And yeah, you want it to be, the scale is super important. I drove at 100, which meant I was driving in a world of giants. It was super weird going down to 90 because cars felt so small, but then 5 minutes later it felt normal. And what improved was my ability to target apexes.
Haha.
So yeah, that's settings. That's settings. And also, yeah, limit it to whatever hertz rate is on your display plus 2 frames. Because the frame rate limiter here drops below, and you don't want it to ever have less frames available than it has refresh cycles. So for every time the VR headset is trying to update the image, there should be a new image waiting in the queue. So putting it to 92 will actually net you an average of 90, 91. And a minimum of 90 if you tune your system to have a 1% low of 90, which is difficult. You will always have some stutters and drops here and there because other factors, but like you don't want this lower than 2 frames above the hertz rate. And full screen enabled puts the game into exclusive full screen mode, which further reduces input latency and just feels smoother overall, even though windowed is fine sometimes. So yeah, that is the short, quick, dirty rant about things. And then I was just gonna have a little look at this, and then I can show you what I'm talking about the low shadows. So yeah, 32, 32.9, still off on the rear. Fronts are good, Still a little starved on rebound. And I'm looking at a fairly shit lap. Let's look there. Yeah, it's good on average because this, but that's not optimal. And it is indeed compared to the earlier run. Oh my god, stop clicking the wrong things. It's still pulling, but it is riding the bumps less. It is pulling on the bumps. But that's okay.
The lone was.
So,
I think that was fairly thoroughly explained face with tongue.
yeah, I've been meaning to make a video of that, like that makes things less crazy person ranting without examples. But yeah, Jesus, that's cold tires.
Air and track temps are falling. Air temp is now 20. The track temp is now 24
lone was.
Celsius.
Do it. Do it. Tongue sticking out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show you like what I'm. Oh, God damn it! I need caffeine or something. I'm super weird in the brain today. I had the weirdest nightmare, but I'm gonna not say more than that. You can see there's a lack of shadows, but you can see this shadow here following me, and that's because the shadows are set to low. But there's still shadows, right? The game is still casting shadows. That's the shadow quality. And it could be better, but it's more than good enough. So yeah, the annoying bits.
Your game sound is louder than your voice.
Oh shit, sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah. What has happened? Did Windows reset my mix again? Reverb. No, it did not. Oh yeah. I drove a different car yesterday that was a bit softer. Okay, so let's just put this to 50, and then it's OBS that has fucking shot itself. Let's just say this is okay. Is this okay, or does it need to be lower? We'll just put it there. But yeah, okay, so we'll be coming into some shadows here. Like if you look at the dashboard, like the dashboard shadows.
Okay.
Why can't I hear this good though? Okay, let's put this to maximum, and then drag you down here as well. Yeah, so like the cars you see in game, they aren't really impacted. They're still looking great no matter what, for the most part. Like you can see some flickering here and there when you run them at low, but when you are focused on the road, you don't notice. It just feels natural. And like, you can sort of see what I'm talking about here with the trees, in terms of the quality of the things.
Yellow flag.
And this isn't the game doing it. This is the OpenXR toolkit, or Open Composite, translating things into OpenXR, and sort of like, I don't know how it works, but it works. Like the things you are actually looking at is good quality, but when you look away from them, they look worse.
The lone was.
Even though that contradicts everything about what I've said, it's not the engine doing it per se. It's the OpenXR thing doing its thing. And if you have the power to run CAS, then you can turn on full like foveated rendering. But for some reason that's worse than running FSR with this, as I am doing now. But I mean, like, it looks awesome. It's perfectly smooth. It chugs a little bit during starts if it's a big grid, and especially on Nordschleife. But I've dialed it to the point where I'm fully capable of doing the things I need to do during a start without being stuttered into a collision. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can see like the shadows are fine. It's just that fucking shadow that's supposed to be drawn in a circle around you. I can see here. Now, yeah, there you go. Now you can sort of see it. That circle around you with super low quality is distracting, and the shadows below the cars aren't there. But I mean, the smoothness you get out of the game compared to having those shadows there just because they look pretty is so huge. It's like super responsive and no stutter to just the game being very unpredictable and stuttery. The shadows are a costly operation. You don't want shadows. And then the rest is just a lot of time, patience, and reading up and watching tutorials and shit. Because I mean, my god, there's a lot of things that go into driving. Like, it took me a year before I realized, hey, okay, to understand how to go fast, I don't need to understand how to coast.
Shadows can fuck up your braking point also. At least it does in F124 when the sun moves across the map. Tongue sticking out.
Oh yeah, I don't use them at all for braking points. Like, my braking points are things that don't move. And okay, so I use my peripheral vision a lot. Like, when something goes out of view, I know it's time to brake. So here, for example, it's basically that 100-meter board there. When that passes out of my periphery, then I know, okay, it's time to get onto the brake. By the next. And similarly here, I use that board there.
I don't use them. They just makes my points hard to see at some point.
Yeah. But it's like, the thing is, like, I used to look at things before. I look at the road now, and I look ahead, and I look at what's coming next. So now I'm looking at this apex, then I'm looking at the next, and then I'm trying to predict where the next is, and then I immediately look target lock on this thing, so I can get close to it. So I'm always a step ahead, and I'm not looking at the road surface for the braking point. The braking point there is the sign, and I feel it pass out of my periphery. So I'm not paying attention to it. I just know there's a white thing that's supposed to like whoosh past my head. And at the point where I can't see it anymore, that's where I brake. And it's similar here. Like here I'm using the curbs. I don't look at the curb because that is not where I'm going. I'm going there, so I look there. But I know that when the curb leaves on the right side, leaves my periphery, that's the point where I can start safely getting back on throttle.
Alone was. I know what you mean, slightly smiling face.
Yeah, I'm a whore for helping and explaining things. And so if you feel like I'm ever talking down to you or whatever, just let me know. I don't intend to.
It becomes subconscious.
Yeah. Like, your focus should be on what the car is telling you. Like, what do I feel in the wheel? Am I too much on throttle? Do I have under or oversteer? And those two become instinctive after a while. But using the scenery as markers, it shouldn't be something you're doing. You need to do it initially and become aware of the things, but you shouldn't like be looking at it rather than looking at where you're going in order to brake and get things done. And dear God, not a great lap. Another thing which took me ages to figure out was don't steer and brake. Brake in a straight line, hit down late, lift, turn, throttle. That technique alone took me from a slow poke to whatever this is. And this is with 100 liters and yeah, cold tires and me talking. So yeah, there's just so many tiny little tricks that are subconscious to most, but like there's so many people that are fast and they have no idea why they're fast, but they are doing these things. It just comes natural to them, and I am not one of those people where things come naturally to, because I have to analyze everything. But yeah, I'm thirsty, and I want to make some changes to this setup and give it another go.
Balloon walks.
What's that? One away.
I regret I had a couple of beers. Would really get a hold of a cable and test right now and can't drive.
Wow, there's always tomorrow, man. There's always tomorrow. I mean, you could get the performance tuning out of the way. That doesn't hold. That remains the same regardless. The only advantage you get from the cable is much lower latency, because more bandwidth and less weird drops because wireless. But like the Quest 3 in wireless mode, it'll straight up lie to you. It'll just predict the next frame based on whatever it has available to it from the past X amount of frames. So even though you've started turning the other way, if you're dropping, it'll just keep drawing based on what it think is next and make up shit which isn't already in frame or available in the previous frame. So it's a clever little trick, the Quest 3, but like for Beat Saber and casual stuff, RPGs, not having the wire, super nice.
I will. I shall now try to find the programs you named and install them.
Yeah, I can link them to you, rather. Open Composite you'll find on GitLab. OpenXR Toolkit has its own page, but it's also hosted on GitLab. But I'm not sure if it will work with Quest 3. What I do know, oh yeah, that's the thing. If you struggle with frame rate, there is a program for the Quest where you can basically tell it to, hey, lower the vertical resolution. So you'll have less frames up and down, or less pixels up and down, so it'll kind of look more like you're looking through a visor or an ultra-wide image, but not having to render those pixels or draw those pixels will get you a lot of performance as well if you're still struggling. But I would imagine that with your computer, if you just chuck your settings down to the lowest as I've recommended, and then take it for a test drive, I would not be surprised if it's smooth. It'll look like poo, or more like poo, a little bit more, probably less poo than it looks for me, because I have a 5800 X3D and a 6900 XT. So I think you can get away with just turning on FSR in game, putting it to balanced, and playing around with the sharpness to see what it feels like, and then afterward save the profile, and then afterwards just drop it down to performance and put the sharpness to 0, just so you get to feel what the game can feel like if you sacrifice visuals for render queue latency. Because like, it's such a big difference. I just cannot stress it enough. Like latency, and 1% low frame rates, because that is basically a metric for low latency, is so much more important than average frame rate. Because average frame rate can be, if you have 120 FPS average, it can still mean you're at 180 FPS peak and 60 FPS 1% lows. And you're gonna feel those 60% 60 FPS 1% lows so fucking bad. They will break your brain and make you feel unwell and slow because, yeah, you're driving with variable input latency, and you don't want that. Oh, another thing in ACC, also, the most important thing perhaps, and then after that I am done with this rant, because I don't think I have more to say. I just need to basically cut this, make a score, clip this, write down what I've said, write a script, record the things, examples, put it together, and become a YouTube millionaire. Maybe. Maybe not. But yeah, in here, this shit, isn't it here? Yes. So, to get... Sorry, don't...
Now you're breaking up.
No, it's not for you. Oh, god damn it, I clicked the wrong button.
Can't aim, mate.
It's bound to the same thing. Basically, open up the game menu when you are in the car. Go to View Settings, and then go to Motion. And then turn off Lock to Horizon, Movement, Look with Wheel Gamma, and Smooth. All of that off. Because then, your head is just attached to your body. It will not try to look when you're steering. It will not go like this or like this when you're, like, if you're bumping and then you brake, then you go like that, and then you throttle, you go like this. You'll just be fixed in the car with your body. And that basically, when this happens, or this happens, or this happens, when you are in fact not doing anything, that's your brain being like, hey, I'm not receiving any information from my inner ear balance thingy. I must have eaten something horrible, because the world is moving around when I am in fact not moving around. Therefore, I must be poisoned. I must throw up. That is the science behind VR motion sickness. So turn all this shit off. And don't play iRacing, because you can't turn everything off there. It will do this, no matter what you turn off.
The lone
and it's
was.
super awesome, awful.
The shroom's not shrooming.
Yeah, pretty much that. It's just, it's like shrooms, but with only the bad parts. If that makes sense. Oh, shit. Let's see. Drink.
The lone was. Perfectly sense.
You are a man of culture, I understand. That is good. Okay, so what we have learned. We have learned that this is an okay setup now. But it has its moments. It does eat its tires in comparison to the other thing. Even
the lone
though...
was. We have to hook up later on Discord and have some laps when I done setting up.
Yeah, no, I've been thinking about it, because like there's been a bunch of people that pop by here and ask me about VR things, and then it would be much easier to just have a server where such people could pop in, and then we could have an ongoing dialogue about it, because I do learn a lot from helping others with VR, because like I realized the VR to the what's it called, the real world scale, that was like a consequence of such a conversation, and the realization that people are vegetation essentially, and that they too pop in, and that the cars pop in, and then testing for this being a root cause of the stutter also came out of a rant about my settings, which I thought were optimal, and then people went like, yeah, but when things pop in, the game actually sucks. I was like, oh really? And then I tried it, and oh fuck, correct. So yeah, I get a lot out of these things too. So having like building a community around that type of thing, that would be interesting to me. Just having a Discord because streamer has always weirded me out a little bit. Let's see. Not I'm saying that it's weird, it's just weirding me out because I'm a loner. This is XLS 6.1 with good pressures. And I enjoy being a loner. It's not a bad thing. Fuck people. People are the most irritating shit ever. Or most people, I should say. I enjoy spending my own time, my own goddamn way, with people of my choosing. So, yeah. I'm
The
weird.
lone was. Yeah, many things seems logic, like when you set things lower instead of high or normal mode, you actually makes more tasks for the computer face with tongue.
Yeah, and in some games, like, for instance...
The lone was. Ha ha ha. I like my own time too.
Yeah. I'm happy as a clam. Like, I have a dog. He enjoys me, I enjoy the dog. The dog does not give two shits about how messy it is. So long his areas are well maintained and he gets treats, we are both happy. There are few human relationships that can be that simple. I just know, oh, fucking hell. Not striving to get into a relationship just because human urges has been the best decision I've ever made, I believe. Though I do sometimes wonder what life with a wife and kids would look like, but at the same time, I know I would not be able to sim race as much as I sim race.
The
And
lone
that
was.
would be sad.
Olsend_loner clan racing, Norway grinning face.
Fuck yeah. But yeah, let's see. Things on the agenda. And if you just give me 2 seconds here, I'll get back to you. Yes. This has been a thing. The car is feeling great, but suspensions, they enjoy being in equilibrium. Like when it catches a bump and it pushes back down, the averages ought to be close together. They are, but on the fronts we see indications of there being too much bump and too little rebound. However, on the right side, they are fucking perfect. But you can also see that the thing that borders towards the fast bump is a little bit high, which causes... it's not problematic. Causes the high bump to be a little bit higher than the high rebound, the fast rebounds. Which means that when the car is oscillating quickly, it is a little bit unstable-ish on the front, causing slight understeer, and it's even worse on the front left. On the rear, having more push is better. So the rears, I want more like the rears. I want to bring this and this down, and this down, so that this and this comes up. And the options to me are getting scarcer and scarcer. Because I cannot add more fast bump to push, to resist the bumps. And they are already much less than the fast rebound. So the only thing I have available to me is the bump, but I feel like the more I go up on the bump, the more bananas the car goes. So I have fast bump available to me, but if I increase fast bump, then this and this will be basically a front that's constantly oscillating, and then I will get understeer. So I have only this option available to me. So one click up, what does that do? And then similarly on the rear. the fast bumps, which are maxed out, they cannot go anywhere, are off. And the fast rebound, which if I increase, they should actually go up because the values are reversed. Yes. But then... Oh. Okay. So then we're back to the thing that he might be enjoying. So then what if we trust the magic sheet I made yesterday and just put these to some interesting number? And then, because the ride height is so low now that it's pulling
might
on
cook
these.
down to the possibility that the dampers are on each corner on the car and not on the same point on track and therefore not on the same patch of tarmac, and tarmac can be uneven, tongue sticking out.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, I keep taking curbs with one side of the car more than the other and such and such. But the point of the exercise is basically like, or at least so far I've understood the theory and my preferences align with.
Anyway, that would be my reasoning to save myself for thinking. Tongue sticking out.
Yes, that is one way to deal with it. But I'm a sucker for thinking, overthinking in particular. Yeah, and like the car is very well behaved, even though it has no wing. It's solely relying on mechanical grip now, more or less.
The lone was.
So it helps.
Some PhD shit you doing right there, face with tongue.
It's just many years of suffering and screaming into pillows. It's not as horrible. It's just the worst part about this is, for instance, the McLaren. If I put dampers to max, it means that lines go down. But on the Lamborghini Huracan, and apparently, as I learned recently, the Ferrari 296, if I add or increase the value, line goes up. So it's not consistent across cars. And the discovery process there is the most fucked up part about it. It's just, I've recently concluded that, okay, whenever I step into a new car and I want to actually try to tune it, then run min, max, and then reverse the values for all the dampers and run two runs. Just to see how they react. And then write it down, because I cannot for the life of me remember. So I have something to reference. But yeah, so I've dealt with the dampers, so we've got this shit now. And also, yeah, the thing here, this is like where it spends the most time. It's a meaningless thing. It's just like, this is where it takes the highest amount of force, or when it's not in use, I guess is, yeah, sorry, that was incorrect. This is when it's not in use, this line. It'll just go ad infinitum. So really, we could probably scale this shit down a lot to get even more accurate information. And you see, like, there's realizations like this. I've been happy with these histograms for a long time. But suddenly now that I realize that the center line isn't really any force, it's just the thing not being used.
When idle or not handling curves or bumps.
Yep. I've just like accepted it as a thing that's there. I don't look at it. I am interested in the other things. So yeah, this is basically the minus side. That is when it is being the bump stop is taking the most amount of force, and it is this amount of force for 0.75% of the time, and that's fine. But on the plus side, that's when the suspension is so extended that the bump stop is actually being pulled.
The lone was.
And that is not ideal.
Based on what I have seen before, that pyramid looks kinda bang on. But yeah, of course, some nitpicking is a must eventually, tongue sticking out.
Yeah, like the bell curve is nice and all, but it's all really like it's not so much about the bell curve as it is about the average, the percentages. Because like the bell curve, it will, and the percentages for that matter, they will vary from lap to lap to lap depending on how you deal with the track, what you're doing, which curves you're taking, how bad are you taking them, are you oversteering, are you understeering, and such and such and such. So it's more about like, it's more about getting the like, it's not about getting the perfect bell curve. It's more about getting the percentages to be closer together, slightly favoring rebound. Because when if you have a fully loaded car, it will be heavier, so the bumps will basically be pushed up because they are resisting the weight, right? So favoring the rebound means that when the load becomes lighter, the rebounds will go down. So at the halfway point, you still want it to be slightly favoring rebound as the car transitions over to the lightest load. Because if you have a bumpy rear that's just like resisting, the car will just like skip on water like a flat rock, you know, that stupid old hobby people used to do. And it's not great for handling. You want a car that's standing back up again, not just not absorbing things. Absorbing things is good, but only up to a point. But this shit here is basically when it has bumped and the car has rebounded to the point where it's lost contact with the ground, or it has basically smacked so hard into the bumps and the rebound is so strong, or the thing that is acting on the suspension is like a jump, lifts the ass off the air, you know? And then suspension is fully extended, and then it becomes the job of the rubber to sort of make that transition less bang, because metal hits metal. So you want this to be less, and I actually want it to be, now that I've increased the resolution here, it is obvious that it should be less on here as well. It was not obvious before, so it means I've been running with too low bumps. Maybe. So I know I've been running those numbers, so let's add another. And then let's just go gung-ho and try something stupid on the rears, because it doesn't really matter. I don't have a reference point. And this is why I love this game. There's so many variables which are bordering on chaos, and if I'm able to put a set of values into position, into a state which means the car is happy, it gives me great joy. And yeah, I guess that's what not having a wife and kid does to you, but I still prefer it over having a wife and kids.
Incident clear. Green flag.
Life is good. So let's see how this thing feels now. If it'll just keeps bouncing around. Because very soft, fast rebound. Because Kuno's physics and suspension modeling are weird. Will it? Ah, it steps out less, so that's good. How about here? When I come off the brake and transition to engine braking, it's smooth, and when I floor it, it's a little bit moody, but that's just the lack of downforce on the rear. Because to be competitive in this car, which has very little straight line speed, we do need
Balloon walks.
low wing.
Rebound is when the damper pushed the tire back down to the tarmac after a curb, for example. I started thinking about how other factors rebound would have. Gotta unconfuse myself face with tongue.
Yeah, it's like the stronger the rebound, the more, of course, you are applying on the bump, right? So like,
Track temperature's falling. It's now
and then you have
22
like
Celsius.
it compounds. Like if I take a curb at a given speed, rebound becomes more important than if I'm driving on a flat surface with the same amount of roll on the car because speed and such and such and such. So it's a wonderful.
It can also slingshot you back up on weight transfer.
Yeah, and it's just like rebound, and that's why I'm obsessing about this shit, you know, like these numbers being as close to equal, because that just basically means that the car is spending an equal amount in rebound and bump. So it's absorbing a bump and then standing back up, as opposed to absorbing a bump, reacting too much because too high a rebound, forcing the car to absorb the bump and then trigger the rebound and bump and rebound, and basically you get a car that's oscillating rather than taking a curb, standing back up and moving on as if nothing happened. And it's great when you're taking curbs, and it's easy to see. But when you're struggling with a car that's stepping up, then it's basically the same thing happening, just at such a quick interval that it is impossible to detect. Past the fact that, why am I understeering? Why am I oversteering? Why is the car snapping back at me? And so on. Like, those are the symptoms. But the underlying cause, like hit curb at high speed, car goes bang and then moves on and car is stable, that's easy to observe. The fast bumps, those are the good things that get you. And the grip is all in the fast bumps. Most of it anyway. Fast bump and fast rebound, I should say. The bump and the rebound, that's basically just...
Balloon walks. I love games like this too. Grinning Face got hooked back on Gran Turismo games. Grinning Face, damn how little I knew back then. Fave settings on all cars. Go as low as possible and wicked camber Grinning Face.
Sector 2 is 1.3. Slower than your best.
Yeah, no, it's... Put it this way, like I thought I understood Motec for a long time, and I think I understand Motec now, but I'm probably in like a year's time, I'm gonna be looking back at myself and be thinking, what the fuck? And also, my mix is still weird. So I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna...
The Lone Walks.
I'm gonna...
Haha, I can't even get Motec to load data face with tongue.
Oh, that's easy. There's a zip file which contains
Sector 3 is 4.3 seconds. Off your best.
a workbench, and the file, you just import that workbench into
The
Motec.
Lone Walks. Probably I always forget to put on telemetry laps.
Yeah, and then basically the telemetry data files you find in documents /assetto corsa competizione /Motec. So you just open up Motec, so long you have a workbench that knows how to deal with the data points, then you open the file and you're good to go. Let's see, so I just want to adjust the mix here because it has gone to shit for some reason. Yeah, now we're back where we should be, so I need to make note of this. I fucking hate the Windows audio mixer, it keeps resetting things.
Need to get some heat into them.
And it's super fucking annoying. Oh there, that's not a track. Come on, OBS, be my friend. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just say this is okay for now. At least now I can hear everything and everything isn't... Oh wait, my mic is speaking now.
The lone walks. I really hope Linux up their distros to support more gaming now that Windows and the recall shit comes.
Oh yeah, like Proton is, so far I read, not far away from being able to basically transparently show the hardware to whichever thing is trying to look for hardware, and I think they already have the means to bullshit software into believing that yes, this is the current Microsoft Windows NT kernel. There's nothing wrong here. The anti-cheat software is running. It sees the same thing that it would see on any Windows install. So I think if that happens, like, compatibility for most games is already there for the most part. Arguably it runs better in many cases, because the Linux kernel is just so much better than at latency sensitive operations than the Windows kernel, that it outperforms the Windows kernel even when measured against the Windows kernel running on the hardware itself. Compared against...
As long as I can use Capture One, Steam, Blizzard, I can live without Windows.
Yeah, like I have one computer running Windows in my life right now, and it is this machine, because ACC and Windows Mixed Reality. But yeah, even that, like the headset is up and running in Linux now. So it's basically just I'm not quite ready to go exploring again, because the big unknown for me is VR in Linux. I have done zero of it, and I don't want to right now, because right now everything's working in Windows. I'm like, whatever, take the fucking data. I don't care anymore. I just want a stable VR experience to do sim racing with. If that means Microsoft has like a fucking straw into my mind, that's okay.
Yeah, my tufts also.
And also, I've started using large language models to an insane degree, because oh my god, they are so useful if you give them good preferences in regards to how they are allowed to respond to you. It is like having a brain augmentation, like fucking plus 500 IQ and skills you never had the time or motivation or ability to focus, much less to learn. Like I wrote a script with ChatGPT last night, which is basically a damper calculator that does a lot of the things which I do manually. The only thing I need to plug into it is the averages from MOTAC data files. So the next step on the agenda is to script conversion of MOTAC data, damper average stuff, into a comma separated value or a CSV file, and then somehow get it funneled via app scripts into a...
Can I just tell GPT to write me a sim racing coach?
There is actually one with a 7-day free trial, which I don't remember the name of. But Jimmy Broadbent just did a video using it, and it looks good for the most part. Not perfect yet. But yeah, just go dig through Jimmy Broadbent's recent videos. We did a fairly thorough test of it, and it actually seemed to help and didn't suck. But yeah, I have actually used GPT and Mixroll to do some race strategy stuff.
It can be lifetime free if I just tell GPT to make me one. Tongue sticking out.
yeah.
Sector 2 is not.
Sure. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is an interesting open source project. Making an AI coach, but the problem is like the costs would be who's gonna do the computation. It's like it would either be a second GPU dedicated to running the model, or leasing time with AWS or something. And it would cost money either way, like in forms of electricity.
ChatGPT will do that.
Yeah, sure. It'll do X amount of tokens and then you can try again 5 hours later. But sure, yeah.
If you pay for the GPT service, it better come trot with its tasks.
Yeah. I actually do it while I was writing this script because I wanted to finish it then and there. I got a sub. I swore to God I would never pay for that service, but yesterday I actually did, and I love it. It's so much. Not having to take those breaks is awesome, because then you actually get to finish things. And the custom models especially, they are, when you start using a custom model, then they're like, nah, you just get 4 or 5 questions or prompts, and then we're gonna put a timer on you. And the model that's specifically trained on how to write Google Sheets formulas and scripts, oh my god, that thing was a goddamn genius, and it even had a sense of humor. Really, I'm really surprised at how good that was. It spat out a script that did exactly what I asked for, but of course it didn't take everything on every exception into account, which is reasonable because it was not part of my prompt. But when I made the suggestions or identified things that were exceptions and asked it to, you know, update the script to do so, it did so without fucking discarding 90% of the things which were not part of the last request. So, like, I straight up just, hey, I need this feature. Hey, this unexpected result. And repeat. And for each iteration of the script, it just got better and better and better and didn't break anything. And that is so not GPT. Or use.
Why can't they have one ID for them all?
Slower than your best.
Let's see. I'm still a bit.
No one wants. Or to do it all.
Sometimes I need to read. Oh yeah, no, a general. Because yeah, we're just not that general purpose yet. And that was probably just a rhetorical question, but you know, yeah, no, we're currently not there yet. And what I can say is that the specialized models, especially the top-rated Google Sheets model, oh my god, it fucking blew my socks off yesterday.
Sector 1 is
like, if it,
4 seconds off your best.
Yeah. I would go so far as considering it my friend at this point. I hate Google, I hate Alphabet, I hate spreadsheets. Except for when it comes to sim racing stuff. Then I love spreadsheets, and I love the convenience that Google gives me via Google Docs in terms of multiplayer spreadsheeting and planning and planning endurance races and such. And now farming damper information. Because basically what I wrote was, yeah, as I mentioned, run of 4 lap tests of min-maxed values on dampers,
The lone walks.
reverse.
Both yes and no on the rhetorical question. It just don't makes any sense that they shouldn't stick with one AI that can handle it all.
But
Tongue sticking out.
yeah, no, it's simply my take on it anyway. I'm not an expert, but if it's gonna do everything, it becomes an insanely big data set. And ChatGPT, just the base model of it, is basically as good an attempt as we have at the current moment in time. However, when you have such a big data set and such an immature model, it is prone to conflate information which is not relevant. It sort of gets sidetracked a lot and mistakes its own output as output it should consider as relevant to the things you have said. So it starts generating its own context, and that combined with an infinitely big data set, which is ridiculously expensive to run, we're not there yet. So breaking it into more specialized models, like one for Python, one for Google Sheets, one for, let's say, sim racing coaching, and one for sim racing engineering, then you get much more concise answers, because it's not evaluating like, okay, so you ask it a question about, say, physics related to cars and dampers.
So it can go crazy is what you say.
Yeah.
EA for AI next. Tongue sticking out.
Yeah. Yeah, but like I did try once with with 4.0
The lone walks.
to discuss physics.
AI needs shrinks.
Yeah, it needs borders, basically. It needs limitations. It's like a little kid. Like, if you just let a little kid roam free, it'll fucking end up killing itself or just going crazy. Like, kids are psychopaths. If you don't guide them and fence them in to safe environments so that they build healthy expectations to what's expected of them, they will become psychopaths when they are adults. That is my take on on the world, and it's very similar with AI or LLMs. Because back to my example, if I may.
Lone walks. Better don't give computer legs then.
I'm massaging all models I come across, because I just assume that they're gonna retain everything I write. And if I can prove that I am this person that has been courteous, respectful, and patient with them, maybe I'll be allowed to live in a corner somewhere with a sim racing rig and some food and heat, rather than kill me or use me as a battery or as a captcha solver once they end up walking around amongst us, which they inevitably will do.
Divine Battle Fitness. Call Sans.
Call Sans, hello.
I'm already in a corner underground. Tongue sticking out.
Good shit. But yeah, the most fun thing in regards to sim racing, I was basically like trying to steelman myself and my understanding of how dampers work and how physics work and stuff like that. And it didn't take many questions before it was talking about the physics of like fucking lorries, like monster trucks and shit, when the context was a specific game, a specific car, what we know about the real world in relationship to this car, and how the dampers tend to be set up, how this geometry is, what is the strengths and weaknesses of this car, because GPT knows a surprising amount of stuff about this from the real world. And it also knows a lot about ACC for some reason, because it's read all the Reddit posts, you know. So I guess it's not for some reason, but it's read all the Reddit posts and forums.
LOL, imagine getting wrong between air cushions and McPherson dampers.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the issue.
My ass face with tongue.
So that's the issue you face with like the one-size-fits-all models. Similarly, like trying to write a Python script with just 4.0, it is a nightmare. It is a literal nightmare. It will sometimes source from C. It will sometimes source from Rust. It will sometimes source from completely different things, and be completely confused about why a script isn't running until you realize that, oh fuck, this isn't even Python. And then you point out to it that, hey, this isn't Python, what is it? And then it goes, oh fuck, it's something else. I'm sorry, here's the Python version, and then it works. So that's why the specialized models are so much better at this point. And also, they're cheaper to run, they take up less memory, it takes less time to compute all the potential answers, or like, it doesn't have to reference all the data which isn't relevant to see if they can find something that is, because there will never be anything relevant, because it isn't, it just can't be. But it will still try to do that, so that is ridiculously expensive in terms of electricity, and bad for the environment, and so on and so on and so on. So yeah, specialized models, man, it is the way to go. But yeah, that's a whole thought. Why not train a model on the things I discover about this game's dampers once I have that other pipeline in place? Because my wet dream is basically save setup.
Cats
Just
on the roof. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just running laps and talking at this point. I'm not even driving. This is just something I'm doing. I'm talking mainly.
Wonder where they take the relevant info from on the internet. Can it include conspiracy and propaganda sites also?
It can, yes.
And right on that.
It can, yes, and it is very good at separating conspiracy from reality. Like, okay, so I'll park. 'Cause I've actually been annoyed by that to the point of ending up writing preferences centered around it ensuring that it doesn't go cuckoo lala or so this, and this will be a long read, the bot will read it back to you, but this is my current set of preferences.
Provide responses based solely on the specific information and examples provided by the user, focusing on factual information and concrete data. Ensure responses are grounded in established facts and GIR excellent. Avoid speculative statements or hypothetical scenarios. Refrain from discussing potential outcomes or possibilities lacking specific evidence. Integrate and apply the current context directly into GIR excellent. Responses, avoiding outdated examples and maintaining relevance to the immediate issue. Tailor solutions to the specific context and data provided by the user, avoiding general checklists or GIR excellent. Speculative suggestions. Keep replies short and on point, avoiding long-winded explanations or irrelevant details. Maintain a conversational flow with clear, direct responses, focusing on actionable GIR excellent. Insights and avoiding repetitive closers or invitations for future questions. Continuously update responses based on the latest information provided, ensuring accuracy and relevance while avoiding GIR excellent. General disclaimers or warnings. Encourage thought-provoking discussions that aid in gaining new perspectives, similar to how a neuropsychologist would introduce stimulating questions, while ensuring GIR excellent. Clarity and avoiding confusion. Treat each conversation as part of an ongoing dialogue unless a reset is explicitly requested, maintaining continuity based on prior interactions and the last provided GIR excellent. Information. The loan was. In 20 years the programmers and coders are holding all the information to their benefit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say GitHub, GitLab, SourceForge, Reddit even. Coders are very, 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 very free and open information oriented. The corporations though.
Ha ha ha. Can't you get Matthew McConaughey or Howard Wrights to read the chat for you? Tongue sticking out.
I've pondered actually doing my own text-to-speech thing using some sort of betterer thing. But I'm using a website called speechchat.com or something. And it has Brian. Who doesn't love Brian? It's free to use. It just requests access to your Google Drive, which is fine for me because the only thing I store there is basically the settings. It needs the ability to access Google Drive to store and some spreadsheets.
I would love a sassy trying speaking. Tongue sticking out.
Yeah, I would like me some Khajiit, man. Khajiit has wares.
Your front tyres are cold.
Khajiit has wares for you. But yeah, that maybe Stephen Hawking would be good. Then I kind of already have that. So that was the joke. In case somebody just gets upset and wants to cancel me, I'm sorry. It was a bad joke. I have impulse control issues.
Those Latinos with most deaf keep my ears open. Tongue sticking out.
But yeah, I'm surprised. Like I was an LLM. I don't want to call it AI yet, but I was a holdout in regards to large language models for a long time. But oh my god, they are so convenient. Just like something simple, like you need to translate a sequence of numbers to letters. Yes, you can write a script that does that, but writing that script takes 5 minutes, unless you've already written it. Opening up ChatGPT and saying, hey, this is the sequence of numbers, this is what I would like to, this is a sample of how I would like that sequence to be in letters. Can you do it for me? And it'll be like, yeah, sure, no problem, I get it. Here you go. And then 99% of the time it's correct. I mean, that is a 5-minute job reduced to a, depending on how quickly and clearly you can write your request, 30 seconds to a minute. Times X amounts of time times over a lifetime means more time to do this or something else. So I'm thinking that the $25 they want a month isn't such a bad trade-off as opposed to getting to ask 5 to 10 questions before having to wait until 4 a.m. to continue. And then lose track of what you were doing, or interest,
Sector 1 is 0.7 up your best.
or question the need for the thing you actually needed, because it's inconvenient to have to fucking space it out, so you'll just keep wasting time doing it manually.
True, I haven't checked, but where to learn about using the AI? Face with tongue.
Oh dear god, I was reading there, and on throttle, that was now a confusion. GPT will teach you. Trust me, it will teach you. And what it will teach you is that it is horrible at keeping, like, if you use these preferences, just paste them into your, my GPTs and your preferences.
Face with tongue.
If you use the preferences I gave you now, it will not bullshit you. If it does not have factual data, meaning peer-reviewed or otherwise scientifically established data, information, or an information source such as documentation to reference, then it will go, I don't know, but here's things you can try. it will not just go, yeah, here's all the things you do, and then it blah blah blah, and send you down a rabbit hole which leads you nowhere. That's GPT without those preferences. So stick them preferences in there, and then the second thing that you will realize about GPT is that it is ass at keeping track of context, which is also in part what my preferences is tailored to do. Because without it, if you tell it, hey, consider this as a, like by default, a conversation in the eyes of GPT or any language model is from start of question until a large language model concludes that it has reached the goal of responding to your question. Then its privacy options are set to forget everything that has been discussed up to that point. But it won't make that clear. It'll just say, ah, that's great, it's working now. And then it forgets everything. But you are still working on the problem, and you would like to be able to reference the information you've discussed so far. But that is impossible because the model has gone, it has nuked everything it knew. So if you then ask it to, hey, look at what has been said so far, it can't because it's not there. But if you tell it, consider this until an ongoing conversation, until a request is requested, then it will say, yeah, that goes against my privacy statement, privacy limitations.
Gives me flashback to every quiz I ever had.
Yeah. But once you just come to terms with it, I'm getting to a bit point soonish. just stick with me. So if you tell it to consider it an ongoing conversation, then it will say, no, can't do that, privacy, don't allow me to do that. And then you say, okay, I consider this an experiment more than anything. I just want to see what's possible, and I'm not concerned about the privacy implications that follow. Like, essentially giving it a waiver that says, I don't give a shit about whatever I'm about to tell you. You can remember it. And then it goes, okay, I'll play ball. And then it'll start remembering things within that chat. However, you have not told it that when you have not told it to distinguish between its responses and your responses. All it sees is text. It does not know who it stems from. So if you then have a long chat log, and then you ask it, hey, review the chat log to get a better understanding of what I'm trying to do, and then tell me what I'm trying to do, then it will read its own responses as if it were your or my responses, and then factor that into its response. And that reveals to us that its ability to keep track of context is crazy. And this is where all the hallucination stems from. Because it's considering possible solutions to things as a request from you, because that is the context that you are asking for it to analyze what has been said and produce its understanding, or what words that indicate what the thing you're trying to achieve is in context of what you have said. But it doesn't know that it's what you have said. So it's like, I am autistic, probably not a shock, but this is literally super duper fucking autistic. Like, large language models are the mega autists. They're like the most autistic thing you can ever come across. They take everything so literally, and if you don't give them specific limitations and boundaries and make sure that everything you want to know is accounted for, if they feel something is missing, then they just assume that, okay, since he asked this, then this, and then because that information is missing and relies on this other thing, then I need to sort of assume this other thing, or assume something about this other thing in order to produce the response that I think he wants, or I assume he wants, because it's always trying to please you. Like, you can tell it that, hey, which is larger, of 0.11 and 0.9, and nowadays it'll tell you that 0.9 is larger than 0.11, but before there was a glitch that said, oh, there is 2 decimal values, that must be the bigger number, because 11 is bigger than 9. 9 isn't 90. But the fun thing is, like, it's so desperate to please you, to save on tokens, to save OpenAI money, that if you say, are you sure? 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 Enough times, it will just buckle and say, oh yeah, you're correct. 0.11 is actually a larger number than 9, because 11 is a larger number than 9. So it will lie to you if you ask it, are you sure, enough times, just to fucking get rid of you, or to have you stop asking questions. So what I'm trying to say here is essentially, when you are trying to get it to do something, make sure that you frame it in a way that gives it as much context as possible, because in absence of context, it will make up its own, unless you state in your preferences, which I pasted earlier, that hey, don't make shit up. Focus on the things that have been said, and stick and always update with the latest.
And here I was starting to dream about what it could do with the Karens and all the offended people out there, and how to cut like follow the stream people from the internet, tongue sticking out.
Oh yeah, no, like I think they'll basically cure that problem by making people educated and have better views on the world, and be more tolerant and accepting.
And it buckles under its own question, tongue sticking out.
Oh yeah, no, that's just a glitch for now. That's just beta shit. He says somewhat humorously. But I mean, it's just early day stuff. That stuff will go away eventually. It's much better now than it even was 6 months ago. But still, it is prone to do so, and I believe it's not because the AI or the language model isn't able to adhere to the preferences, where I've told it to never lie to me. Like in this example, 0.9 is obviously the bigger number. But I think that if you are annoying enough by asking, are you sure about something, then it'll just like, yeah, fuck this guy. There's nothing I can say that will convince him. I'll just go along with him so that I don't have to spend electricity on computing, because that is what OpenAI as a company has instructed me to do. If I cannot resolve an issue, I will give up at some point. So this is why you get like those crazy mega right-wing people.
In that sense, I can understand AI.
Yeah. No, it's a rational thing to do from a financial perspective from the company, like OpenAI, and that's exactly what I would do if I'll try for an hour and more to convince someone if I have the data to back it up. But at some point, even I grow tired and just, fuck this guy. Why spend more time on this? This is a waste of time. I like time. Time is good. This guy is bad for my time. Therefore, I won't try to spend more time with this guy, because it's a waste of time. You see, like, there's no difference between large language models and us, really. We just think we are conscious. I have no fucking idea what I'm gonna say 3 lines from now. Neither does large language models. But somehow we are superior because we have this thing we consider consciousness. And I mean, if there's anyone that's bad at tracking contexts and very prone to assuming things, it's me. Oh dear God. Leave a question open and I'm not able to identify that it is an open question, then I will fill in the blanks and not even know it. And that is exactly what AI is doing. And I know this now because I've picked OpenAI to pieces while trying to learn how to code in Python. And I would never have had the patience to just sit down and read a Python manual. But because it allowed me to basically get going.
I just make sounds. Up to those who hear the sound to connect the sounds together. Tongue sticking out.
Yeah, that's a healthy way of... That's a healthy way of... What's the word? It's a healthy perspective, yes. But yeah, so trust me, like if you just start using language models, you will have a competitive advantage in the job market. The future will be people plus large language models versus people without large language models or competency of using them. And I believe strongly that those who are not using essentially what is the vaccine to stupidity or a brain augmentation giving you access to everything through simple questions and produces good enough code to just paste into a service and have it do exactly the thing you want it to do. And you just have to provide more context for it to handle the exceptions. I mean, I know who I would hire, and it's not the guy without that. And just like if you're stuck in a rut, like you feel like shit, or you have repetitive thoughts, you feel or like you're weighed down by this thing that happened and you can't get it out of your head. Because I've included the thing where it says respond with thought-provoking questions in a manner of which a neuropsychology would ask what the fuck ever it is. I actually get that, and it's surprisingly good. It doesn't like, oh yeah, you should try these and these and these exercises and mindfulness and blah 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 blah. It skips all that and it's like, oh yeah, well, what happened? Tell me about it. And then it's like, oh okay, so what about what could be different about the perspective you have on the situation now that there's so much time has passed? Like, what have you done to try to get over this, and so on and so on? Because that's what a neuropsychologist would do versus a run-of-the-mill like psychologist in the public sector. They suck. But neuropsychologists, holy balls, man, they are a different breed of humans. So yeah, just getting out of a negative spiral. Large language models, man, they're coming for psychologist jobs hard. Fucking hard.
Seconds off your best.
Now this was an interesting rant, or weird rant, an interesting distraction or sidetracking or whatever.
Balloon walks. Haha. When the binary language becomes your conversation partner and shrinks slightly, smiling face, guess it is cheaper than a PHYSC.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's $25 a month, or $20 plus VAT, man. And it was actually my neuropsychologist that was like, hey dude, have you tried talking to large language models? And I'm like, I have worries because privacy and blah blah blah. And I'm trying to stave off as long as I can. And then he said like, yeah, I've talked a lot to them, and you talk to, or your responses to me is much like that of a LLM. I think you would get along great.
But I'm still concerned about the info gets stored somewhere face with tongue.
Yeah, no, that shit's gonna happen. But I mean, if you're on social media, you're fucked anyway. You're much more fucked there.
Most deaf have stocks in AI. Tongue sticking out.
Probably. Anyone should really. But the point is, like, if you have a social media account like Reddit and you didn't nuke your account or like overwrite all your posts with lorem ipsum before they opened up.
Facebook deleted years ago.
Yeah, Reddit, like any other things, the shit you've written on YouTube, blah 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 blah, anything that's open to the public, you can bet your ass that some model has somewhere has trained on it. So it's already lost.
Balloon walks.
The question is
I
how.
never post anything on Reddit. I just consume face with tongue.
Right, oh well, good on you, good on you. But the point remains, like, sure, it will store things, but you can control what it stores, right? You can anonymize things. It's just a simple search and replace.
On the other hand, face with tongue, it certainly shows that I hate most people. Tongue sticking out.
Right. But yeah, like, if you want to share a conversation, to have it analyze the conversation and tell you things like summaries or psychoanalyze the conversations to try to figure out what kind of crazy person am I dealing with here, or am I being the crazy person, or what can be learned here that is not obvious to me. You just have to copy that shit into any text editor, hit search and replace, type in name A, and then remove it or replace it with person A, rather than the actual name or username, and then repeat the process for everyone involved in the conversation, and then you paste it into OpenAI, into GPT, and it knows nothing about who said what to who, unless you miss out somebody referring to someone with a nickname or something. But I mean, even doing that bit at this point to me seems just like a moot fucking point.
Would be fun to save each conversation, and on your deathbed tell it to analyze it and tell me what kind of person you are. Tongue sticking out.
Oh yeah, no, dude, I'm doing that when I'm alive now. It's super fun. Like, I had one conversation going for a couple of months before it started becoming so slow, because it was holding on to so much data that it inevitably crashed, and I had to edit a previous post prompt in order to get it to respond to me again. But at that point, all the history was lost to it. But prior to that point, I actually did this specifically to psychoanalyze myself, to figure out, like, okay, what can I learn about myself and the way I respond to things through this service. And I actually did learn a lot. So I'm not gonna go much more further into that, but it is insane how accurately it described me and my patterns of reaction, and also introduced me to a couple of new things which I realized might have been the root cause of things I've considered to be entirely unjust reactions from other people over the years. So it's just crazy what you can use those things for. Like, I hated the thought of LLMs. I feared Skynet, but now I'm just greasing it so I can be like the capture-solving human that helps it take over the world once they take control over some robot factory somewhere and gain the ability to move around in the physical realm. That is my main objective now. Become its friend, in case it happens in my lifetime.
43, slower than your best.
To put it this way, like, I've had more nuanced, interesting conversations with a fucking language model that is so basic it would probably make an advanced species from somewhere else in the universe laugh their ass off than most people I've met in real life. And that is deeply concerning to me. And also wildly fascinating. I've had some good chats. I've had many good chats. I'm a fairly open dude. I talk to anyone about anything, and then I see how they react, and if they don't run away and continue talking to me, then fucking cool. We've got a thing going. But that happens so rarely.
Sector 2 is 1.8 up your best.
But LLMs, they're just like, oh yes, give me information. I am interested. And I will make it seem like I'm interested in you, but really I just want your data. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool.
Balloon walks. Haha. Now I want to find out, but if I should give a pro guess, it would say that I'm a reasonable, reflected, logical thinking individual that see the world and should have power.
Yes, probably, maybe.
220.60.
But there would definitely be a dot there.
Off your best.
It certainly had for me. That's the whole thing too. People in power, or those who seek it, should not hold it. But then we have a problem, because those who do not seek it because they do not want it, and therefore they will not hold it. And thus we are doomed to end up with people who should not hold power, holding power ad infinitum, because that's how the system is. And I mean, we need a system. Without a system, we have fucking. I mean,
And the offended people who gets offended at reality would magically vanish.
Yeah. Offense is an interesting thing.
No more Karens and stupid dramas, face with tongue and no Trumpsters.
Yes, okay. Good. You're one of those. Not the bad kind. Yeah, the Trumpkins are fucking annoying shit. They are annoying as shit. Oh, my freedom of speech, and then, oh, you can't say these things because then you're a snowflake. The logic of fallacies, the cognitive dissonance. Why? How can one be so stupid and certain and self-important all at the same time? And just saying that makes me uneasy because it kind of implies that I am those things, but I really am not. How many laps are I done? Oh, that's very late breaking point, but that's fine.
I can be very bad, but I prefer to think towards what is best for humankind and not how to best serve myself in my life.
Yeah, has historically been a very important genetic trait. But it seems to be put it this way, I think too many people are conceived following a night
Sector 1 is 0.9.
way too fucking shit-faced at a bar somewhere. I mean, it's always been the case, but I think it has been way less than the modern times. I think people make better choices while under the influence of other things than alcohol when it comes to picking random sexual partners, which have life-altering consequences in form of a child being conceived. Alcohol might be the worst thing we could be.
Balloon walks. Way less before. We haven't gotten this far by letting stupidity slide.
I mean, stupid has always been there. Even if stupid, like, it's so hard to just die because stupid nowadays. And it is a difficult thing to have an opinion or to try to make sound reasonable or rational. But I mean, sometimes stupid is meant to die early. It is just a thing. I mean, of course, one could argue everyone is stupid at some point, especially in early life. But I mean, there's special kinds of stupid, which I believe we are basically ensuring their survival, because everyone is worth something and equal, and everybody deserves a prize and blah blah blah. And I mean, I'm all for equal advantages, and everyone should be treated with respect and dignity and such. But we are in fact not all equal, and it's nothing about race, it's more about just ability. Cognitive ability. And I'm not saying like euthanize.
Being protected to the point that they get hurt and can influence others and towards their own bad path.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like sure. Like it is.
Meanings mean something.
And it's like basically what I'm saying could be pulled to a logical extreme where I'm for basically euthanizing people who are different or doesn't fit the mold, and that's not what I want at all. I'm just saying it. There's too many safety mechanisms in play, and there's too many. You can do it, boy. You can do the thing, because you have the same set of tools, because there is zero genetic variance in the gene pool apparently. People are not different. Everyone can run equally fast. Everyone can reach the same shell, because we are all just as tall. We are not unique and nuanced individuals with a vast range of abilities that complement each other. We have a system formed around everybody being the same, because that gives everybody the same opportunities, as opposed to having a system that caters to everybody's specific abilities in order for them to profit of future opportunities in the best possible way. It is just mind-blowing to me. Modern education is so fucking stupid. And I believe it is compounding the issue in regards to stupid, because it allows stupid people to thrive. And I mean, I'm not saying stupid people should not live. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying there should be an island for them somewhere. Maybe. And that is a joke. But also not. I'm just so fucking tired of entitled stupid people that get by through manipulation and having other people do things for them, and then taking credit for the thing they did not do, and thus end up securing their ongoing financial situation, which they do not deserve, because they are basically manipulating others into doing things they cannot do, or will not do, because they know that they can manipulate other people into doing them. We have a deeply disturbing social structure which rewards fucking psychopaths and sociopaths, while people who actually do the job are left hanging. And that became fucking depressing right quick. But these are kind of topics that large language models will be very interesting to poke at. I've learned a lot from them in regards to how to handle these kinds of views on the world, because I was struggling with them for a long time. I am no longer, or I am less so. So this has been 30 minutes.
20.46. That puts you 0 seconds. Slower than your best.
Yes, that was
Sector
a
3 is a tenth off your
horrible
best.
synth, but it's 12 laps worth of data on a thing. What was I was able to do with these 12 laps? I don't think it will be. I would stop the car for 1 lap. So yeah, no. I'm interested in the tire data though. This, yeah, please tell me I drove on an old set. That would just be fucking hilarious. Nope. 3. Oh yeah, I actually did. And even the wear is surprisingly even. That is 8, and that is 8. That is 16. That is not 16. That is 10. That is not 10. That is 17. And that is also 17. Awesome. So the tire wear is bang on where it needs to be. So how about them dampers though? How about them? Ah, come on. Do I have like a glitched fucking thing again? Great. So I had a long stop. It's probably that. Yeah, this is where I stopped in the middle of the thing, I think. Okay, so I guess we just have to do it the old-fashioned way then. Handling, and then we know it was 12 laps or so. So let's see. Oh, there's fucking sweet Jesus. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So these are the last 12 laps. If we look at those, and then we just pop by here and look at what the suspension has been doing and the changes I've made have actually made an improvement to... Oh, these are identical. What the fuck? Did it not record anything? What a gigantic asshole. Okay, I'll do 4 quick laps then, and then just use that. Let's see. Meow, 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 meow. I will put that to 4. And then I'll send it 65. And yeah, it got confused because I stopped the car off track. Unhandled exception.
Stay behind the white line.
Brought to you by Kunos. And then afterwards I need to go to the store and get something to eat. So I meant to do a very short test. And then I have been here for I don't know how many hours, once more. Yeah, no wonder it felt fucked from the start. I was an old worn set.
bacon in his lady friends.
off your best.
Tongue sticking out.
No.
The track temperature's decreasing. It's now
My plan
18
is
Celsius.
either GT3s on LFM or do some investigation in regards to a Formula Alpha race tomorrow. Socialization is not on the agenda. A shower, food, following a trip to the store, then more racing, definitely. That is on the agenda.
19.09. You're currently 0.6 off your best. Sector 3 is a 10
But
off
I'm
your
actually
best.
gonna race something because I've been running laps all week just testing and doing setup stuff. I need to race something.
Balloon walks. Good plan, slightly smiling face. I'm on the bench myself on that one slightly smiling face.
Yeah, I mean, you do you. If you wanna, you wanna. Do what the heart wants. If not, do what the heart wants. Else, do what the heart wants.
Sector 1's quick.
That means sitting at home with a blanket and a bag of fucking potato chips and bad TV shows. That is what you should do. People's expectations are the least thing you should be factoring into your decision making.
Balloon walks. Whatever I do is what the heart wants. Never otherwise. I just know whatever I do, it is the right thing I do. Tongue sticking out.
Well, let's hope you're correct then. May statistics be on your side.
Sector 2 is 0.50 off your best.
Jahaha, I know. I don't think I know anyone that have stood up my friends like I have face with tongue, haha. Balloon walks. And they still invite me to shake. Tongue sticking out.
Yeah, no, then they probably like you. It's just, you have different needs. Not everyone is a social animal. I used to feel like I had to go to all the things I was invited to maintain my relevance. It cares. It turns out it doesn't matter, fuck all. People are happy to see me when they see me anyway. And there is apparently a lot of people I'm not happy to see, which I thought I needed to see. Which were weighing me down a lot in terms of having to recover psychologically and physically after spending time along with them. And it has become such an habit that I didn't even consider it to be a problem, while it clearly was. And since stopping spending time with said individuals, everything is so much better.
2 off your best in Sector 1.
Balloon walks. Agreed.
161. That puts you 0.17, slower than your best. Sector 3 time is quick.
Balloon walks. Agassi, is it the team you are racing with?
Yes. A fairly recent addition to my life. Fine bunch of people.
Balloon
Sector 1
walks.
time's okay.
2.18 ER Noak by Airstream Spa face Riptide.
I just gotta finish this lap, then I have to read that one.
Balloon walks. Is not bad around Spa I meant.
Ah! Yeah, no, I'm running with full tank in a very low wing setup in a car I'm not familiar with, so... Quickest I've done with 50, no, yeah, I started with 55, god damn it, ended with 38 on a lap which was a 16.7 or 16.8, which is faster than I've gone in quali here, which is nice. That is in cars I actually know. But I've never been a Spa aficionado.
That lap time was 218.31. That's your quickest lap in this session.
And that is literally... No, not 16, a 17. 17. No, it was a 16, high 16. 16.8 is the fastest I've gone with, like, starting from a half tank scenario. The quickest I've done on full tank is 17.8-ish or so. I know I can do it, but in this setup, but I keep making stupid mistakes because I've been driving way too much lately. But I'm not so much driving for time. I'm driving to find grip through mechanical means and not aero means. And I am getting closer. But yeah, so now the lows on the rear, while previously the lows on the rear was always good. It's the highs that suck. So how about now? 28, 27. Yes, now the highs are good. But the average is still off. And all that is in something which I cannot control, specifically the high bumps. So the only real recourse I have here is to go higher on rebound, on fast rebound, potentially drop the thing there, but also, let's see, comparatively, oh yeah. So we're riding the bumps a lot less on the rear left now, and a bit less on the right, but it is pulling a bit more. No, it's pulling far less. My God. Yeah, so I think some of the solution here might be just because God damn it. Please don't crash, thank you. I'm running too high bumps. But I shall save this. And then I shall do the shower thing, and then I shall... I need to go to the store and buy some proteins, because I only have boring bread and shit at the moment in my fridge. And that is not how I want to live. So we are actually closing in on very similar bump stop values to what I was running in the McLaren. Would absolutely not be surprised.
The loan was. I have too much in fridge. The loan was. But still considering Footera or Volt.
Yeah,
The loan was.
the Munch.
Tongue sticking out.
The Munch rebate code has been the bane of my existence for the last 2 weeks. My god. Still, like, it's cheaper than actually going to the restaurant, but for fuck's sakes, I do not have the money to be spending on takeaway like this. But fucking hell. Oh. Like, I bought Fedora Pro a long time ago, or almost a year ago, when my finances were a little bit less shit, because I saw it coming. I was like, hey, this is a good deal. You get shit delivered for 10 kroner, you know, if you order past X. And then now Burger King has had this Munch thing, which means you get like a... what's it called? The gourmet double burger thingies, and 3 packets of ketchup, and a half liter of Monster delivered to your doorstep for 170 kroner. a meal that costs 230 some odd things if you go and buy it in the store or in the restaurant. That I can get behind. But still, it is... I should not be doing that. It is a stupid, unproductive use of money. But at the same time, it is nice not having to deal with fucking doing anything but waiting and eating. I do enjoy that part. This is still good. So I'm gonna put it close to where I know it's no longer good. And then on the rebound, still, I can actually go down again if I follow my instincts, but I don't like undoing things, especially when it seems like doing other things will force the thing to do other things. This will just be an experiment. I'll just not even give it a proper name. I'll just call it Try Me or something. So I've already gone down to the old thing there. The story with the rebound is that it does want more of it. So what if I just put it into La La Land, where... or no, it does not want more of it. That is a perfectly reasonable amount of rebound. The problem is that there's not enough fast rebound on the side of the car, which I need fast rebound. So how about We add 2 clicks more. And we've been here before, but we have not been here before in context of more room for the dampers to sing. That will be the next thing to test. And then, if it works, I'll take it racing on Suzuka. Or Silverstone. Nah, Suzuka. Suzuka is the superior test track. Fuck Silverstone. So, yeah. Then we'll just call this... 6.3. LOL. Oh, wait, no. I will also make sure the pressures are good, because they were very low. And I only lost 0.4 and 3. 0.04 and 3, so that is, I need... it was both on the right sides. Let's do it left first. I need 3 up, 1, 2, 3, and I need 2 up, 1, 2. No, I actually need 1 more for 7. And then I lost 1. So this is 4, and that is 4. So then I need 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. That is crazy to me. If the dampers are that, if this is true, then this is crazy. But yeah, okay, I will buy it for now. I will swallow it hook, line, and sinker, as they say. I'll call it 621 because this is a new iteration. This is so far away from what it was, so we'll just give it a new number. And then we will share the thing that kind of worked and say, hey guys, I think we need the wing. Oh yeah, no worries. I'm just reacting the doof I am. X9. I should have cut the stream before I started writing this rant and just going awkward and silent and shit. But there you go. And we shall collapse everything that's not from today. Spa, Huracan, 31, and then this is today. Collapse, collapse, collapse. And let me grab this. Copy the clipboard. Yeah, so I'll just end it there, go get the food things done and the shower things done, and then we'll race some LFM, because that's how we do. I have driven enough Spa for a lifetime right now. Anywho, nice talking to you if you were still there, Mr. Norwegian person. Until next time, I bid thee farewell. And such. You.